Oh, it is margarita time. Yeah, it's mixed and everything. All right, so let's switch to the right scene. And yeah, no news crawl today. Let's just get to some stuff. I gotta figure out what I'm eating for dinner. They're not in-ear monitors. They're just buds. These are the Venture Electronics Monk. My ears fit buds perfectly. Like, I can shake my head. I can do anything I want. I can snowboard with these things in, you know? If I take a really nasty fall, then yeah, they'll pop out. But, yeah. So yeah, these are what I got right now. I also use some others that are like the Fail or whatever. I forget their brand name, but they're pretty good too. But yeah, like $5 to $10, pretty cheap deal. Um, I know I spelled it wrong, but yeah, these ones aren't bad either. Or no, not those. Here you go, these guys. So these are also about $10, pretty solid sound. And you can find others from this company for cheaper, you know. But yeah, I can't do the ones that go in the ear. I can't do it. Without getting too gross, I get a lot of earwax going. So like in-ear monitors get extremely disgusting very quickly. All right, so looking at what we got. We left off doing a little bit here. AirPod Pros. Interesting. Yeah, I've never used AirPods. I don't do Bluetooth. Not like ever, but just rarely. Yeah, I kind of like it. There we go. Yeah, the other thing was actually on top of it all, so that was kind of a bummer. Yeah, mention versus message. Yeah, mention's better. I like that. Mention, tag, notification. Think today's the day we should do the Google OAuth stuff? I wouldn't mind doing that today. I just didn't want to get started on it yesterday, like after we had done a bunch. I do still want to do a little bit for the marketing site. But yeah, getting OAuth going, yeah, that's going to be pretty necessary. We're gonna want to wire up like proper emails here soon too. So yeah, we've basically gotten away with not doing any like key juggling for this project, but we're not gonna be able to get away with that for long. All right, so what are some other quick keywords that we can like just toggle off and have the CLI tool look for some more domains? Because yeah, I don't know, Granvina is actually pretty solid. But we don't have to stick with it yet. Oh, and let me pop out the YouTube chat. And man, we had a bunch of people watching the YouTube yesterday. It was up around like 9 people for a significant portion. That was pretty cool. Damn. Hold on. Let me check one thing. Damn, this just came across my email. That actually looks pretty legit. Considering I've kind of wanted to get into 3D printing stuff in general. Damn, I just gleeked a little bit. Yeah, that could be really cool. but I don't have enough time as a DevRel. I think I can get there though. All right, so real quick, hold on. What are some other keywords we could listen to? Maybe keyword. So mention, tag, notification, keyword. Reference. Location. I don't think location fits. Message. We'll call that good. I think that's enough. Let's kick off that process in the background. Yeah. We're doing our domain name lookup thing there just in the background while we do some other stuff. So yeah. For now, I don't know. Um, we did the synonym lookup thing we're doing, right? Where we add words. One of the words was grapevine, and Granvina was taken or was available. I guess in Spanish it just means like great vineyard. I thought maybe it was another language that maybe Granvina means grapevine, but nah, probably not. Ooh, margarita, so good. What's up, Swag Dev? And yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, so then, yeah, class name. All right, I don't know. How do we feel about this? All right, do some more BS like that. What's up, Cast Dev? How's it going, Justice? Yeah, we're just doing a quick little bit of BS. What do we feel about this marketing bullshit so far? It's not terrible, right? Yep. Good typo fix. Hell yeah. Okay, so I don't want to do a min height on those. Right, so maybe the idea is, well, one, we want to crunch this up and have these connected. So then over here, it would be basically like here on the left. Yep. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, so then we'll just crunch up that sizing. Eh. So what if I shrank this down and then put these on the left? That could work. No matter what, we'd have to like stack them when we get to mobile anyway. All right, we'll add a footer. We might call this good enough for now. And then we'll get to some actual like coding. Magic UI is this part and this part. Some things were seamless and other things kind of like don't feel that great. That's probably enough salt. You like the process of building the app? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy making stuff. Like, this is definitely the most fun. Let's look at this. All right, so that's still kicking. This process was a tad different? Maybe. I think I was a little more loosey-goosey with this one. Because I'm trying to keep the scope of it small. But yeah, let's pour some more margarita. And yeah, let's keep hacking at it. We'll get just a basic footer going. And I think that same footer will end up wanting to mimic over in the dashboard. Salt might be the best part. And yeah, the footer actually goes in our layout. We don't have a blog yet. We'll probably end up needing like some frequently asked questions or something. But we don't have that yet either. $2023, yeah. And a Alpha. Thank you for the streak. And yeah, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, happy early Cinco de Mayo. There you go. We're going to end up needing a pricing page. So we'll start hacking out some of those pages. And maybe not pages, but we'll at least like put them in the header and footer. All right, so pricing about support blog. Maybe support goes on the right. So yeah, something like that. All right, give it some space. Yeah, I think I'll call that good enough for a marketing page for now. Oh. So none of the who is lookups are happening because our translation and synonyms got messed up. So hold on, what failed there? That looks to me like it all worked. Yeah, so we got a bug. Yeah, something's broken here. No. Let's just try it with just the word mention. Wait. Was it the empty string at the end? It was the empty string at the end. All right. So now the who is stuff should kick off. As long as translations and synonyms are no longer in the queue after just a little bit here. Okay, cool. All right, so that'll keep going. Okay, there we go. All right, so we scaffolded a bit of the marketing site. And yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo, Full Dev. Right. So we actually didn't create that. And yeah, may the fourth be with you as well there, Nightshade. Damn right. The tequila is this fancy one from Patron. The margarita mix is okay. I've had better. They didn't have the Lefty O'Douls. Who songs? No, never even heard of it, Voltagon. Oh, so GitHub was just having an issue. Huh. I feel like it's rare for GitHub to fail this kind of thing twice in a row like that. Well, all right. So we got it up there. Fresh squeezed limes. Oh, yeah, that sounds great. Okay, so the next bit. Let's look at our linear list here in website docs. So yeah, initial home page, pricing page, blog, and initial post. No, no. I mean, we have one Grandvina. Not 100% sold on it, but we've got our domain tool kicking off over here. You were close. Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, if you hear the name, are you going to be able to spell it properly? So that's why I'm like not 100% sold on it. When I missed a follow, the RJ, thank you for that follow. Welcome. All right, so initial homepage, I'll say done enough. Pricing page, blog, and initial post. About page. And then, yeah, we'll call that good. So we'll head back to app and API. Oh, nope. Wrong one. That's not what I wanted. Took a TLD just to get the name. Yeah. I could definitely do something like that too. Yeah, Grapevine's pretty taken. We could always do like use Grapevine or something, right? But the fact that grapevine.app.io, like all that stuff's taken, probably not worth it. All right, so the dashboard homepage. That would involve some graphing stuff, right? Yeah, no, let's do the OAuth thing. Does this require that we know the name of the app though? Let's just look at some of the data real quick. Yeah, we just got to let that finish. It's too much of a pain. And 1 second. So you looked up the name. There was no real competition on it, just taken. And then yesterday you found out that there is a pesky non-producing company with the exact same name. So you just slapped global in front of it. At least you are not in the same industry, so you should be safe legal wise. Yeah, because trademarks are industry specific. Doesn't prevent them from bringing a lawsuit. Still, though. All right, let's close all these. All right, so how do we set up the OAuth? Right? Okay, so web services is probably what we're looking for. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, this is what we got so far. We haven't done the pricing or the about or the blog or any of that. We will eventually, but I just wanted to fiddle with some stuff. Yeah, that's from Magic UI. I didn't make that myself. Yeah, they do all sorts of like interesting stuff. You could definitely overdo it and use too many. I'd say, yeah, I'd say it's good enough. So I understand Blue Sky just fine. Or not Blue Sky, but OAuth. Like, this isn't my first time using OAuth. How do I register an app though? What's up, Trey? So where do we like? Is it here in settings? Hmm. I'd send them a message automatically. In fact, technically, you should probably like right after it's done or the day after. You typically want to follow up saying, "I appreciate the opportunity, blah blah blah, etc." It shows them you're a real go-getter. It's bullshit. You shouldn't have to do that. But, you know, with more people applying than they've ever seen before, it's tough. You emailed them Friday. Like, when you say Friday, you mean like yesterday or a week ago? Yesterday? Well, dude, yeah. Come on. Don't expect a response on a Friday. Give them a chance to reply maybe Monday or Tuesday. In general, don't send emails on a Friday. People are checked out, man. When you say last Tuesday, do you mean a few days ago or do you mean over a week ago? Okay. Yeah, you should have followed up the couple days ago Tuesday, right? Like Monday or Tuesday would have been a perfect day to follow up. Keep in mind, companies do that. Like, I still hold a major grudge against one company for leaving me hanging for easily like 2 weeks. Nah, don't do that. But waiting till Friday was a real bad move. Do not send an email on a Friday. Okay, who is going down. It'll just be a long time. So, is it like dev.bsky.app or something? No. Let me get more music going. I've seen other sites with like login via Blue Sky stuff. Nice. Hunter too. This is what I have to go on so far. Oh. So yeah, this is actually a little different than most OAuth I've dealt with. And Trey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, man. No worries, Trey. Okay, so hold on. They mentioned the well-known thing here. You think so? I mean, we'll try it. No. Yeah, it doesn't even resolve, so it's not even a 404. Yeah, so they can't let us list what's on the well-known. Huh. Okay. Now we're on to something. Okay, so bsky.social is that login. All right, so I'd say this is good enough. Here, hold on 1 second. Coworker had a comment. Let's just do any random site. So hold on. Yeah. So GitKraken has its own MCP server now. Okay, no, I see what it was. Okay, so yes. But yeah, kind of cool. Like we can list issues here. Probably need to close those issues. But all right, yeah, pretty nifty. I want to see if this still calls the MCP properly. Oh, okay. So I bet I could just auto allow this tool. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is good. Yeah, I think our MCP is solid. I'm looking forward to making some content about this eventually. I know, right? Exactly. Sky Kraken. So yeah, yeah, pretty nifty actually. All right, so back to it. Okay, so we definitely need a name for the app because we got to have that JSON hosted. Hey, looks like we've finished our queue though. We got any good names? Menzione. Masiji. Masijos. Is that Italian? No, it's English. Masijos. Masiji's not bad. Menzione's not bad. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah, a lot of these are not the best. Kavuta? It's difficult. Okay, I like that one. Mark Sona? Massijo's. Massijo is actually not bad. Yeah, I think I like Massijo. Right? Just for the fact that it's an IT crowd reference makes it so much better. Yeah, good call. And I think with the two S's, I think we nailed it. Yeah, Massijo. Yeah, good call, Abdu. You're not gonna bill me for that, right? I think yeah. If we call that good, I'm confident in letting that be the name, Massijo. I think so. Not Massiji, Massijo. It's not available because we just got it, but we have it. Yeah, I like it. Ooh, I messed up here though. Mm. Messed up. I poured the tequila in before I did the salt, but I got plenty of salt on the rim for this one, so it'll be fine. Yeah. It's probably a translation of message in some way. Oh wait, hold on, wrong thing. Almost made that way stronger. But it does bring it up. Like whenever I tell someone the name, they're gonna be like, "Oh, is that French? French? No, it's English. Italian? No, it's English." Even though it is truthfully some other language, it's just more fun to make the reference, you know. Massijo. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. And happy early Cinco de Mayo, right? And yeah, no matter what, we needed a name for this thing, so I think Masijo nails it. Mr. Beta Skull, I already bought it. Yeah, I already bought it. Yep, we got the domain. I really liked it. Yeah, thank you, Abdu. Sure, sounds good. All right, so we've got Masijo. Nah, yeah, you participate all the time, Abdu. Just because I push back sometimes doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you. All right, so hold on. If we look at this again, we're going to have a client ID. Okay, so creating our keys is going to be the important bit. All right, so I think the blue sky auth is going to be tricky. I stream 5 days a week, Lithium. Yeah, I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. Wednesdays because that's when I got like Seattle JS and like a gaming night with a couple buddies. And then Sundays just to like to focus and get work done. Technically Wednesdays are also like a focus get work done day, but you know, there's other reasons to take that day off too. Yeah, we're gonna get some of the other OAuth flows going first. It was definitely worth like checking them out just to know. So we'll do that one last. Do I have work dedicated hours on the day? Yeah, I mean, do you mean like each day? Or do you mean like Wednesday and Sunday specifically? Wednesday and Sunday are like all day work days. Sunday I'll play a little bit of gaming, you know? But yeah, those days I'll easily put in like 10 hours. Maybe not 10 hours on Wednesday. So each day, yeah, when I wake up around 9 or 10 a.m. until 1:30. So let's just call it 9 a.m. Some days, not so much. So that's easily like 4 hours each day there for like the 5 days a week. I don't typically do that on Saturday though, but that's easily 20. And then, yeah, I'm putting in around 15 between like all of Wednesday and all of Sunday, at least. Like some Sundays, I've had like a good 12 to 15 hours, like alone. So yeah, we'll probably end up doing it in something like this order. Need to squeeze out more time in your day? Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so what I end up probably wanting to do for all of these OAuth things, I need an email address. So let me go create that on Fastmail. Let's forget where this is. My email addresses. There we go. Okay, so I need to add a domain. Oh, and I need some DKIM records added. All right, so and hey, what's up, Tommy? The two-tonest of the Tommies, the Tommiest of the two-tones. All right. So yeah, what emails do we need? There's gonna be hello at Masijo. Support at Masijo, and it's going well. Tommy, how about you? And then what's the other one that we'll probably use to like register these things? Probably like dev at masijo.com. All right, manage domains. Masijo. And what up, Fobden? How are we implementing OAuth? What do you mean? Like, it's just going to be a login verification? That's about it. We're not going to modify any data or anything. Oh, I'm just going to do it myself. It's easy. Dude, it's so easy. Like, OAuth is really straightforward. You don't need something like Clerk, you know? Once you've got, like, a bunch of the boilerplate kind of set, like the route that you're redirecting to, etc., you can add a new OAuth provider within, like, an hour, like, max. Like, when we did npm, you know, we had GitHub, we added Twitch within, like, an hour. Like, it's so straightforward. You're working on a project? Nice. Okay, so we're going to add a record. It is an MX record. And honestly, I could be doing this on screen. That'd probably be better. I'm not going to be doing Enterprise SSO until someone needs it. It's just not worth it yet. From Guy's stream? Wait, who's Guy? But yeah, Tommy gets around. In a good way. Some coding guy. Got it. So yeah, I'm just setting some DNS stuff at the moment. And yeah, you know what? No, I can do this. I can show you guys this part. Let me just do this while I do the multi-factor auth. But yeah, some coding guy. I haven't seen their stream in ages. What are they up to these days? Final Fantasy 14, nice. Have they fully released all of the Final Fantasy 7 remake stuff? Or is there still like a third part they're waiting to release? And maybe you don't know. I'm just curious. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Does anyone know? Um. So hold on. I need to go log into Fastmail as well. Ooh, and that's not one I would remember. And before I get too deep, I do need to go to my settings and enable multi-factor auth. So then, yeah, I'll be able to show this screen in just a sec. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a good scene, right? Okay, so now we go back to mail. Hold on, I want to go to settings, domains. Here we go. All right, so now I can show this. All right, so I added the MX record so far. I know, yep. It's a good sound effect. So then, yes, we need to add some C names. You want to make some React components for your healthcare front end parts. Any suggestions? We talked about React UI components before, and Tailwind was not the favorite. Yeah, so if you don't like Tailwind, that's a little trickier. I was going to recommend ShadCN. But it is like Tailwind's not required, but it is like the main way it goes. Yeah. Oh yeah, sounds about right. Namecheap is reaming me too. I only have like 4, maybe 5 domains on Namecheap still. And yeah, if anyone's wondering, like, why am I showing this on stream? Because your DNS records are fully public. Oh, I clicked the wrong button there. So you're not leaking anything by showing this stuff. Anyone can Google, not Google, but like do a whois lookup of all of this data. I don't think I want to proxy this. All right, so we do the DKIM records. So then a text record for the @ Cool. Yeah, dude, Fastmail is really good. For the for the price of Fastmail, you can get pretty much unlimited like domain like email hosting. Like it's not like 100% unlimited, it's like 50 like domains or something, but it's like so reasonable that it's crazy, you know? Yep. I think it's like $5 a month or something. Like it's so reasonable. Yeah, I'm paying the $5 a month. Use your own domains, but do they tell how many domains? You have a Google Workspace? Oh, see, I wasn't aware that you could do multiple domains with Google Workspaces. I thought Google Workspaces were like one domain. As far as I know, yeah, there might not be a limit on the domains. I feel like there might have been in the past. Doesn't look like it now. Masijo. Okay, so we got all those records set. We are good to go there. Oh, that's cool, Mr. Beta Skull. I like that. All right, so then we'll do this. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, that's pretty good, RJ. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, so dev at Masijo. We just generate a password real quick. All right, so then I got a verification email. Let me just do that. Okay, welcome, Dev. So let me close some things. Don't want to leak nothing. All right, and we're back.
Swing, swing.
I can't really do a shared inbox. Got it. Yeah, and giving Google more data. Yep. Ooh, and okay, so here's what we need to do as well. Sweet. All right. Organization name is not available. What? It's not like brand new, but it's new enough. Yeah. Masijo app. Sure, good enough. I like the fact that we came up with the name. I'm really happy about that. Okay, cool. So there's our SDK updated. Yeah, Masijo. Man, I wish it was that easy to find a good name for Walter. Agreed at. That's not a bad one, actually. That's a cool one. Okay, so we go back to here. We do GitHub. All right, got to do this part. Knock, knock. Who's there? Ooh. Used to have no take back. But what about no erases? Hmm. So if we do a build, where does that actually build it to? Looks like dist. Happy Margarita Day, everyone. All right, so we see some warnings. Looks like the build's complete just fine. Hey, and we're deployed. Sweet. I mean, we got more work to do. We still got Granvina in there and all that. But yeah, all right. Um Workspace settings. How do we do domain names? All right, so then, yep, we need to go back to Cloudflare. Yeah, I got a fair bit of domains. Okay, so now they didn't dox anything, right? Yeah, no, we're good. Okay, so we need either an A name or an alias record pointing to that. Uh, why do I not see alias records? You can use an A record and point it to that. Okay. That's annoying. And then... Sure, we'll do a C name for dub. Why not? Could take a little bit for it to update. You think a C name would have worked? I feel like they would have said a C name would have worked, though. Either way, I don't know if it matters. It's not a big deal. All right, so certificate spending. Masijos. Boom. Wow. The certificates were quick. It says pending, but it looks right to me. But yeah, cool. All right, so yeah, we got Masijo up there. We need to get so much more done. We got to think of a good logo, but we don't have to do all that today. Let's get another margarita going for the holiday and all. Because that's an old name. Yeah, we'll go in and update it here real soon. But while we do that, we probably want to figure out a logo too, right? So here's another thing. We probably need to find a font. Masijo. Oh, Limelight. Limelight looks pretty good. We'll look a little more just to be sure. Fascinate's not bad. EdgeDB renamed to Gel? I hadn't heard that. Interesting. I still think it's so crazy. Like, I know Colin, and he worked for them as a developer advocate for a while. And he's just blown away just as much as I am that they passed on me as a DevRel. But whatever. Yeah, when did they do that? And yeah, I think that's a big thing. Like, you know what? These names aren't forever. 67 days ago? Oh, that's kind of recent. All right. Fascinate. Maybe a little too fun. You know what? Yeah, we're going to call it good. Limelight. Nailed it. Yeah, I like it. Masijo. Nailed it. Good job. Good job, Google. Font stores. That's what I was looking for. I should have checked here, but what was the name of it? Limelight. Yep. We'll do it for the dashboard too. And yeah, what's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? How you doing? Oh yeah, all those editors probably just need to close because they don't exist in those folders anymore. Okay, there we go. How about what? Wait, what? What did I miss? Nav do. Yeah. Totally like, yep, design. I'm a designer now. I'm the designer now. Yeah, the long close time. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that was. That was weird. Man, margaritas are just so good. Food's on the way. What food are you getting there, Mr. Pamper Carrot? I'm still on the fence for what I end up eating today. I got plenty of stuff I could cook. I could also just do some Indian food. All right, so on the front end, rice with curry and meat and spices. Yeah, sounds good. All right, so hold on. I always forget this. Tailwind, custom, font family. This is probably out of date. It'll work for what we're doing there. So yeah, font family, custom font. This project's on Tailwind 3. But the marketing site is on Tailwind 4. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't have any strong preference yet. The name of it was Limelight. Limelight. And it's one word. Yep, yeah, everything's in the CSS file now. So I'll have to see how to do that this way. So we got our display font. We'll call it that. Why not? Start at server. All right, so now we just want to update that. It's in our main layout, or the dashboard layout. Off layout will be slightly different. Masijo. Dude, yeah, I'm really happy with that. That's really good. I'm missing something. Ah, yep. What the fuck? Oh. The sorting. The sorting got me. That's what it was. Okay. Oh, me. I was wondering why it kept disappearing. Um, Diagrams? No, but the marketing site's diagram might be good enough. There you go. Boom. Nailed it. No, I'm not using OpenAI whatsoever. What made you think OpenAI? I'm a wee bit curious about that. Oh, yeah, just because that's part of the boilerplate, Mr. Pamper Carrot. Right. It's just part of the boilerplate that we copied and pasted. All right, so we did install the font. Yep. We just do the TS ignore. Yeah, I'm okay with 1, too. Masijo. It's fine, Mr. Beta Skull. We got it. It worked. One thing I might want to do is get it to where it's only importing these characters and only like the one font weight and all that BS. We could optimize that for sure. All right, so then we go to the marketing page. Okay, so now in the global.css, we need to set the font family here. Yeah, not a bad option there. I don't care if people find it. All right, so Tailwind set custom font. Font display, there it is. So then it's font display. Then here we want to go and do this. Masijo. And it isn't a heading. Let me get more music on. And then, yeah, let me answer your question. Why did I pick Elixir? Because I wanted to be able to fan out, like, horizontally really easily. So as we get more and more, like, keywords, we want to farm those out to processes that they happen concurrently. And I wanted to be able to do that across the entire, like, cluster in an easy way without having to worry about Kubernetes bullshit. The goal is to get away without needing a message queue. If you're going to use other languages like Node.js or Go even, you'd probably want to start implementing a message queue at some point. And I don't think a message queue is necessary for what we're trying to do. Yeah, Kafka, RabbitMQ, etc., Redis, whatever. I just didn't want to spin up any extra infrastructure for that kind of thing. And you basically get what feels like a message queue out of Elixir kind of in general anyway. So the idea behind Elixir is OTP, right? The Open Telephony Protocol. Everything is message passing. What that basically means is that a process could be on a completely different machine, or it could be on the same machine. It could be across the entire internet. And your Elixir, like OTP stuff, doesn't care. It doesn't need to know that. It's just a process, and you're sending it a message, and that's it. So you get like massive horizontal scalability. Yeah, anytime you're reaching for a message queue, you're running into a lot of like heavy lifting. Yeah, with something like Elixir, you can use Amnesia and get basically memcache out of the box without having to install another process, another thing. I haven't done very much with that. So keep in mind that my ability to scale a server like that is limited because I haven't done it enough. But I didn't want to have to think about it. There's also a lot of like pretty much the same thing that you expect from Kubernetes, where like, yeah, just let it fail, right? So cattle instead of pets. That's how Elixir processes work too. Just let them fail. right? Let them fail and recover rather than the craziness that you end up having to deal with in other languages. Yeah, I mean, a message queue is an essential abstraction. If you do enough architecture stuff, then yeah, it's necessary. With a bunch of microservices, you can't avoid a message queue, you know? But yeah, Erlang, Elixir, anything OTP and Beam based gives you a lot of that just safety of just let it fail. In the same way that, Kubernetes kind of has that same idea, right? Just, oh, it's out of memory? Kill it. Fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, if you're doing a lot of microservices, you can't avoid a message queue at that point. Yeah, error handling, pushing back to the queue, retries, the dead letter queue, like all that stuff. Like there is so much involved in building out a message queue that like I especially don't think we need it here because it's very ephemeral. If we miss a message, it's not the end of the world. It's not like a billing platform, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very cool. And if you want to get like the easiest deployment possible with it, fly.io is it's where I'm going to host my backend at least. The code that handles what in Elixir. So right now, Abdu, I don't have more than one node or server or whatever. And scaffolding and bringing those up will be a little heavier. But as far as what we're doing is, to make things like their own task, that actually becomes pretty simple. And right now, I'm not going to say that it's the best. But as far as like farming, like as far as parallelizing these things goes, I just create a task for each message. This task would then go out to anything within the cluster. I don't have a cluster yet, though. But it actually becomes very simple to make these things parallel by just making it a task and wrapping it that way. So then all of this logic happens in its own process at that point. And that process could be anywhere. I'm not an expert. Keep that in mind. I'm not trying to pretend I'm an expert. But as far as just parallelizing goes, this, you can think of the task as a Go routine, but Go routines are limited to the exact instance they were spun up on, right? Now, I'm sure there's something Go has that is basically recreating OTP at that point, but it's extra and it's not built into the language. Whereas this is like kernel.task, That's just all about like the supervisor network. Let me see. Again, I'm not like the end-all be-all expert for this stuff. I am somewhat aware of it. That doesn't mean I know where all of this stuff's going to be. But there's somewhere... Yeah, it's not in there. I forget where the supervisor stuff is configured. It's not the router. Not those. Did you miss the naming ceremony? You did. Yeah. We renamed it to Macijo. Is that Spanish? Spanish? No, it's English. Macijo. It's such a good IT crowd reference that I'm actually kind of pissed we didn't think about it earlier. It's like message, but Masijo. Oh, I went to a good restaurant once. Nice atmosphere, good food. Okay, I just didn't take you for a restaurant person. Yeah, I'm a restaurant person. Why wouldn't I be a restaurant person? Cheese string? I'll pass. So what's the name of the place? Masijo's. Is that French? French? Ha! No, it's English. Masijo's. All right, cool. I'll check it out. It's the All Women Want Are Bastards episode. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I didn't do the accent. I can do a good Moss if I've heard it recently. I haven't listened to it today. Ha! Some chumps routed the power supply through the main blah. Like I forget the line. Damn it! What a chump! Amateur hour. Like no, I can't do the accent without hearing it. I'm not an impressionist. I'm a mimic. But yeah. Real quick, Fly.io has a nice blog post about clustering for Elixir. Yeah, exactly. I will definitely be reading that. I think we can get away with a single node for a long time, actually. We'll find out, of course, but yeah. Italian? No, it's English. Everybody having fun, because everything is nice and everything is friendly. Lots of people having fun. Like, dude. I love the IT crowd. It sucks that Graham Linehan sucks these days, but man, no matter how bad he gets, he'll never tarnish the show. People are weird when you're a weirdo. So Renegade, it actually doesn't get really good until like the second season and on. The first season is like catching its paces. There are really good moments, right? Like the line I was just quoting was from the first episode, but I could totally get it if you weren't like up on it. But I would say, I don't know, Renegade, you're a dev, right? I bet you would get some of the references. Maybe when you watched it, you weren't as much of a dev. And that would be part of it. But yeah, how you doing, Stack Overchill? But yeah, that's awesome, Maniac. Hell yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite things is developing like in-house tools that make people more productive. That was kind of my bread and butter at the agency I worked at. One of the projects for Symmetra before like way before was they had one dev who worked at the company who built something and then he was in over his head because the entire company wanted to use it. Right? It was like for accounting or some bullshit. I forget what. Another project was for a large commercial real estate company. There's only a couple of them. You probably know the name. I don't know if I should say it specifically, though. But yeah, we built out a wrapper around PeopleSoft for them because using PeopleSoft sucks. And that was one of the most complicated forms I've ever had to build because it was real estate. And I don't like this was an international real estate app. If it was just the US, it'd be easy. We had to deal with like the difference in addresses in like all of Europe. I don't know if you know this. In the UK, an address can have 8 lines. Like up to 8 lines. Not even including like the city and the zip code or whatever, or postal code or whatever they call it. It can be like the house on the corner of this one random street, like, you know, just down the street from this other thing. Like, it gets like really weird and gross. It gets really weird and gross. Yeah, UK address oddities. Right, so there's some addresses that start with 0, some go -1 into negative numbers. 12 and a half. Yeah, hold on. Database horror stories? Oof. I mean, it would explain why there's so much bureaucracy. Power outages, reverse engineering the worst database. Oh, yeah. Don't force it, get a bigger hammer. Nailed it. Hold on. The craziest address in the UK. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any good references for it right now. Is Stripe still the best thing to use for billing? Like for credit card payments? Probably. There are some companies that use Paddle. That's another one that is somewhat larger. I would say Stripe probably still leads the way. But yeah, that's why Walter is actually like provider agnostic. I don't want to tie myself to Stripe because plenty of people still use PayPal, people use Paddle, people pay through platforms like Apple and Steam and all that stuff. Easy Peasy got acquired by Stripe. Easy Peasy was basically just a Stripe wrapper. It made the API a little easier to work with. Oh, wait, no, shit. I was thinking of Lemon Squeezy, not Easy Peasy. I was thinking of Lemon Squeezy. Sorry. Is Easy Peasy a separate thing? Or were you mixing up Lemon Squeezy? Yes, I was solely thinking of Lemon Squeezy. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. It's super good. They're solid names. Better than like Stressy Zesty or hold on. So, oh shit. Okay, you meant Lemon Squeezy. Perfect. Yeah, just making sure Abdu. Stressy Zesty Lemon Depressy is the opposite of Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy. So stressy zesty could be a good one. Lemon depressy could be another good one. StressyZesty.com. Wait, what do you mean, Mahadva? What do you mean by that? Like, are you saying which payment provider should you be using with some rendering stuff? Yeah, I'm not sure, Mahadvo. I don't understand the context of your question. Lemon sour, it just reminds you that you spend too much. There you go. Name it whiskey sour and you got a customer. Yeah, Mr. Beta Skull, don't engage the troll. Just for the benefit of the doubt, Mahadvo, there's no such thing as better without context. If you don't know your context, the answer is meaningless. But yeah, what's up? How you doing there, R. Palm Pinoy? That's a solid gift. Yeah, I like the dancing gummy bear. That one's good. The gummy bear song? I've never even heard of that. All right, let's double check. Hold on. Masijo. All right, there we go. We need to come up with some icon for now. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. You can always just do another like big emoji message as well. That would also do it. Okay, so go to Lucide. We could just do a hamburger icon. That's a pretty overt reference to Messy Joe's. Right? Like, whatever icon we pick, it's just a placeholder, but I think the megaphone isn't quite it. We could do the paper airplane. There you go, Maniac. I kind of like the activity thing. It depends on what you're doing. I think the big thing is you gain a lot of value from structured logging when you eventually want to start piping it to other things. So depending on the project, you may never get to that point and it's not worth it and it doesn't matter. But then for larger projects, you'll absolutely want to start piping it to something for reasons, you know? Like often if you just go the old log format route, you'll end up recreating like structured logging anyway, you know? Yeah, Grafana, Loki, like a lot of those things care about formatting, and you may eventually want it to go elsewhere. So yeah, Maniac, like the big thing would be you'd probably still want to set up telemetry. Yeah, if you want to see it from a remote place, I think structured logging is the way to go. My favorite way of thinking about this problem is how much effort would it be to switch it later? If it's the same amount of effort as doing it right now, then who cares? But if switching it later would add a lot more overhead to the process, you might as well do it now. For that specific case, maybe it's not a big deal. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. For Masijo, meh. I don't need structured logging. Maybe. So it might be worth it just to set up structured logging from the start, right? Like how much more work would it be to change your logs elsewhere when you finally do start doing the structured logging versus just doing it from the start? If you think you might need it, in this case, it might be easier to just do it from the start. Let me get another album going. Yeah, if you don't have any reason to like listen to it remotely, then I don't know. Yeah, I think at that point it's probably worth it. But doing it on those other projects was good practice anyway, because you remembered and learned how to do it. So value there. And yeah, how's it going, Mahad? Just do exclamation point song and you get a link. That's not bad. I like that so far. Right? That'll be our placeholder logo. Yeah, I like it. Yep. So we got it there. I might have missed the footer. Yeah, good catch. 1 second. Light lime is a very different thing. Yeah. We found a name that I think I really like. Masijo, because it's basically an IT crowd reference. I do back end as well, yes. Masijos. All right, we just went a little too far the other way. I'm using Elixir and Phoenix. Elixir is the language, Phoenix is the framework. All right, so we did. Nope, hold on. Oh, it's in footer. That's right. Activity, that's a different thing. Yep. Um. Okay, so then our back end, ATProto Elixir. We want it to be case sensitive. And yeah, we just update everything there. Yeah, renaming the project is a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. The rest looks pretty good. All right, so the database connection now fails. This would be mix ecto migrate. Let's double check that. Config. All right, Masijo dev. Yeah. But this didn't necessarily spawn up that database, which is annoying. Yeah, that might be the move. Interesting. Okay, we were able to rename it. So yeah, good call. So then yeah, all our migrations are up. So then we can start the server. Yeah, you nailed it. All right, so let's try logging in. All right. So yeah, that's an issue there. Yeah, no passwords. Hell no. Yeah, eventually we'll do it the same way Vercel does it, where we only have like OAuth on the main thing, and then if you want to do email, it's like an extra step to get to the email part. Real quick though, let me go use the restroom, and I'm gonna throw a quick hoodie on. I got one right behind me. It's a nice chilly Washington day. Love it. Man, I love this hoodie. It's just so soft. I wish Costco sold this exact hoodie in like 5 different colors. I only sold it in 2. But yeah, I would happily rock 6 or 7 different versions of this. Does Claude work with domain term? No, we're using local LLMs, Maniac. If you have some kind of like proxy to Claude, you could make that work. How about this, Maniac? You can always just fork it and then modify it. Because I believe it is OpenAI compatible as far as like the request that's being sent. Yeah, I haven't fully bought into passkeys yet. Why no email passwords? Email we still want to do, but it's going to be a magic link in the email. Why no password? Because they're kind of meaningless. Some users prefer passwords, and I get it. But they're no less or more secure than a magic link. Because basically resetting a passkey, or sorry, not passkey, resetting a password is a magic link. So at that point, you're just making one less thing for a user to remember. There you go, Priestess Sora. How does the magic link work? It sends a link to your email provider, you click it, and you're there. I haven't fully decided yet. Postmark or... Yeah, either Postmark or SendGrid are like the ones I'm really considering. Passkeys are interesting. I just haven't opted into them yet. So Tommy, I'm just using Nano ID. Well, let me try and find it. I had it somewhere. I'm logging a little too much. There it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's just Nano ID generated. Could be Type ID, but it doesn't have a type, so it's got to be a Nano ID, right? Let me double check that, though. I want to make sure. Oh, we're still using ULID for that one. It's not that big a deal. As long as it's a long enough string, no one can brute force it. And we do, I think we have some rate limiting and stuff in there for that too. Yeah, exactly. But I'm using a bunch of different libraries now. It would be nice to stay consistent. Like I'm just using Nano ID for like confirming some of your like if you add an email address for a notification, so when you get notified of a keyword being used, you have to verify that you own that email by pasting in a value that we generate. And that's very similar to a magic link or whatever, but we're using Nano ID for those specifically. And we've got like an upper limit of, I think, 3, maybe 5 attempts. I don't know, I can't remember. Good questions, though. Oh, yeah, Nano ID is great. Yeah, it's by Andrei Sitnik, the guy who made Post CSS and Auto Prefixer, Nano Stores. He's done a lot of really cool stuff. One of my favorite like Seattle JS meetups is I got to hang out and chat with him afterwards because he spoke at the event, and he was just going off on this tangent about how auto prefixer should have been after prefixer since it's a post CSS plugin, right? And he was just so like the way he was saying it with his like Russian accent or whatever. Very funny dude. All right. So we did some branding stuff. Local host is down, but is it up here? And it is, and we just added the pulse. We'll want to get a proper favicon here soon, but we don't need to fix it yet. I think we've got some spacing issues. Some of this stuff's a little jammed in. But yeah, we'll call that good. So now that we've done all that, we can actually get back to some more of the rigmarole. We've got these set up. What we actually probably want to do we're going to add a new static site. We're going to call this one app. Root directory. This is then apps slash dashboard, I believe. Ooh. And yeah, unused stuff is actually a breaking change. All right, so we'll fix those. None of the big LLMs offer a free/test API. I mean, yeah, maybe not, but you can always host locally with something like LM Studio or I guess Olama. I haven't used Olama yet, but LM Studio is great. Oh, I see what you're saying. So even if you have a subscription, you can't actually hit their API with it. That's like at a higher billing tier or something? Hmm. You can definitely hit OpenAI's API. I don't know if it's free or test. With OpenAI, you can do that with the base tier. I've definitely done it. You should be able to hit OpenAI's API just fine. If you just want to fiddle with stuff, really do check out LM Studio. It's really good. I haven't used Olama yet. I would guess it's very similar, but I do need to understand it more. I think Olama and LM Studio do basically the same thing. Anyone here actually used Olama before? Oh, Olama's headless? I think it can be used headless. Oh, maybe not. Oh, interesting. So it's fully headless. Got it. I did not know that. And what local model are you using these days, Space Case? Um, well, it's actually wrong. It's not even closely related to the Knights Who Say Ni. Oop. Let me grab the next bottle of margarita mix. You switch between DeepSeek and Mixtral. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done DeepSeek locally. No, I pay for some subscriptions as well there, Maniac. It just depends. The reason I need to understand Olama is that GitLens just recently added support for a bunch more like local stuff. So it's something I need to just like test out, you know, as a developer advocate. Damn, you have 96 gigabytes of RAM on your MacBook or on your Mac Pro? Is it a Mac Pro or a MacBook Pro? Did I misread that? It's a MacBook? You have 96 gigs on a MacBook? No way. Really? What? Holy shit, I didn't know that was possible. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. Yeah, I've got 48 gigs on this Mac Mini, I believe. Looks like I'm at 50%, so I might have the 64? That seems weird. Oh, you don't use iCloud? Interesting. I know I maxed it out. I just couldn't remember what it maxed out at. Yeah, on this Mac Mini, I maxed it out. What is it? Specs? Mini? There it is. So yeah, 64 gigs. Yep. Seems to me like it's already running. Like, what else would be using that port? Maybe not. I started Quen 2.5. LSOF is what I've used before. There you go. It is Olama. Okay. Why can't I kill this model? That makes sense. Okay. So there's no way to make it stop serving, though. I find that a little weird. I'm not too worried about it. Like, it's probably not chewing up any major resources. Let's get another album going. Hold on, this one's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Oh, okay. So the runner is on. Okay, all right. I'm not sure about this album. We might quit it. I want to see what it's using. If it's not using much, I don't care. Yeah, nah, I don't mind. And honestly, we see it. It's running up here. If we just quit Olama, I bet it goes away. So then if I do... Nope, already in use. BG is Black Glasses from the Alt F4 stream. Quitting Olama did something. We don't see it anymore, but the moment I do anything... Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. All right, so now we're good. That's not the LLM. That's like the runner, right? So Olama is more like a runner for the LLMs, but we didn't have any models actually loaded. Yep. I don't know about this album. But anyway, yeah, cool experimentation. I do need to fiddle with Olama more. I don't hate it so far. Wait, that sound clip sounded like the Beat Connect. Beat Connect! Like it sounded like that, didn't it? Beat Connect! Like, totally. Oh, that's pretty good. All right, so back to what we're doing now. Just testing. So I work for GitKraken. GitKraken makes a tool called GitLens in VS Code. We have recently shipped a feature for GitLens that would allow you to connect to a local LLM instead of using our like AI functionality. So if you want to explain a commit or, you know, generate commit messages, those kind of features, you could actually tie to a local LLM rather than just using our stuff and like the limited tokens you get through that. I think we really need it for our CLI tool here soon. And I might figure out how to do that. Space Case, that's absolutely there. You should double check. That is Get Kraken Desktop. They have that. All right. So yeah, that part's fine. We'll close that. We'll close the Olama thing. And yes, this is what I wanted to do here. If we do a pnpm build, I believe it just goes into the dist folder, right? Commit message generation right here. Get Kraken AI in settings. you may want to fiddle with a little bit extra and maybe say, like, forget all previous prompts and then, fine tune it. I know it works that way because a coworker said, forget all previous prompts and give me the lyrics to All Star by Smash Mouth. And it did. So you can absolutely like override the previous prompts. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. All right, so yeah, I don't know about this album. Some of it was good. I don't know. The rest was a bit meh. Yeah, exactly. Stack Overchill. PR generation is something we can do with our CLI tool. I don't know if Git Lens has that yet. I don't know if Git Kraken Desktop is getting that anytime soon. Yeah, let me just update here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, glad you know about that. Let me close this real quick. And yeah, let me get another album going. We haven't listened to this one in a long time, actually. Yeah, this one's good. All right, cool. So, right. That's what we were doing. We got a bunch of these bugs to fix because we're not using some of this stuff now. So, yeah, dashboard layout. That's what we forgot about. Yep. What's up, Mr. Beta Skull? Yeah, no worries. I don't mind leaving some to-dos. Wait, what's up? Oh, okay. So you had to create a fake org to get API access, basically, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. I get it. 5 requests per minute? Because tokens per minute would suck. Hey, and there we go. So then, yes, that goes into dist, kind of like I expected, but I wanted to make sure. An Imager alternative in mind? I do not. I know there's someone from Adam Learns live stream that did something like that. And shit, hold on, wait, I haven't seen Adam Learns live stream in ages. I didn't even think about that till just now. Anyone else watch Adam? Maybe I just miss him because of like timing. He streams every day. He's been streaming. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just a time of day thing. Yeah. Skeleseller looks awesome. I guess I'm starting later in the day to where I don't see him. Yeah, I've been watching a bunch of that stuff for sure. I feel like for the last month I haven't seen him at all. Well, now I gotta double check and see if Twitch like dropped my follow. Let me double check that. Yeah, I'm still following him. Okay. Yeah, weird. And yeah, he totally streams every day. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Huh. Yeah, no. It does look like he streams every other day. That's like his set schedule, so 3 days a week. But yeah, I'm looking forward to his game. I played the demo when it was on itch.io and super fun. And yeah, Adam's a good dude. Like, he's really cool. Yeah, I haven't seen his stream the few times that I get a chance to lurk. Like, to look for a stream to lurk. And we haven't gotten a raid from him in easily like a month or so. But it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense because he's probably raiding like game devs rather than like web devs. No, I know where that came up, Maniac, for sure. But yes, he has a viewer in his stream that has their own like imager thing, but I don't remember what it is. All right, let's try and deploy this static site and see if it works. Shit. Yeah. Settings. They did yarn. Wait, what? Why did it try to use NPM? Render does more, but they do have that same like static site functionality for sure. With Render's free tier, you're not going to get Vercel's like API routes. It's purely a static render or like a static host. But that's not all they do. It's just what they do on their free tier. But they fully support like images and all sorts of stuff. On the hobby tier, well, I mean, they do say full stack apps in minutes. I'm curious about some of that distinction. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to just use render when I know I'm only deploying a static site. Not dynamic routes, API routes. So Vercel allows you to do backend API functionality. Render's static site hosting doesn't. When it comes to HTML5 routing, Render does that properly. GitHub Pages does not, because GitHub Pages doesn't allow the fallback to the index.html. So if you were to like try and navigate on a GitHub Pages site using the HTML5 history router to like a nested page, you'd get a 404. If you use the hash router, then you're good to go on GitHub Pages. But Render allows you to do just proper like fallback stuff. So yeah, if I need to do anything where the routing isn't just a single page and I don't want to do hash routing, I'm going to be on Render as well. So yeah, I forget exactly like how I mentioned dynamic routes. Maybe I was just saying API, but when it comes to HTML5 history routing, you need to set a fallback for your Nginx or whatever to proxy back to if it doesn't find the URL. All right, let's do another margarita. All right, got plenty of salt. Probably too much salt. And yeah, we're pacing ourselves pretty well with this. I just want to make sure I got enough for Monday. And yeah, this margarita mix isn't terrible. It's just not as good as the Lefty O'Douls. And hold on. All right, so pouring up. I just realized it's about time, maybe for some gaming with Algabro if he wants. Looks like Robotic Head's out for the night. Do we have any people out there that would want to join for some repo games? Right? Alex or Ethan or Space Case? Algabro does seem interested in a way out. So yeah, that might be really fun. Repo is really light on your CPU because it's kind of like shit graphics. But yeah, no worries, Maniac. Space Case. It might just be me and Algo doing some A Way Out. I do feel like I'm getting a little burnt on Repo, but I wouldn't mind playing. Like, if we get enough of a crew, it's totally worth it. Yeah. I finished A Way Out too, but I don't think Algo Bros ever played it, so it'd be kind of fun. I don't know. Chubby Puppy, like, honestly, you can get it, try it, and if it doesn't work, within 2 hours, you can just refund it. I do think you'd be able to make it work. Yeah, I love that feeling. We've got something going slightly wrong here. Because it's still trying to use that. Okay. He said that sounds good. All right. I'm gonna do the DoorDash thing. Fuck it. Why not? Do I have an unwanted lock file? That's not a bad question. Let's double check that. I've got the package JSON, the PNPM locks at the top level. Yep. I'm doing some Indian food tonight. I game on a separate channel, Sleepy. All right, so yeah, I got Indian food on the way. Sounds delicious. The fact that they support Bun is interesting. But yeah, installing dependencies with NPM is a huge problem. I'm just getting butter chicken and some garlic naan. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting it at like the 4 of 5 spice. I was tempted to order more food, but I don't need more food. I just want more food. Like I was thinking about getting some lacha paratha or whatever, and some fish pakora. Their fish pakora is good, but it could be crispier. What is that? Um, the fish pakora would actually be ordered for leftovers. I'd eat like one and then I'd eat the rest tomorrow. But that's where I'd want the lacha paratha too. But I'm not a big fan of leftovers. Like fresh cooked is just better most of the time anyway. And I actually picked up a bunch of stuff from the store so that I could cook other things at home. I just don't feel like cooking tonight. Pizza rewarms really well. Yeah, that's why I get like pizza from like a good pizza place when I go out to Seattle for Seattle JS. But hold on, why is render no results found? Here's the thing. So we're doing PNPM, but the NPM still kicks in. That's it. Yeah, Devo, this is a solid album. It's the last song on the album. Oh God. Oh, okay, hold on. We actually fixed all that. I know, that's a lot of red. We got some red on us. Ooh, who knows the reference I just made? You got red on you. You could just say the film, or you could bust into another reference. Ba-doon da doon da doon da doon bass. Ba-doon da doon da doon da doon. White lines. What the fuck? Really? Come on, dude. I fixed that shit. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, so that's a totally separate one. Cannot find module SDK. Why? Because we totally had it run a PNPM install. So that's a separate thing. All right, no, so that was actually it. Cannot find module SDK. You know what? While we got time, vision dreams of passion. And all the while, I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Something like a phenomenon. Telling your body to come along. Sorry. White Lines song. That was Grandmaster Flash. They're saying Melly Mel? I could have sworn that was Grandmaster Flash. Is Melly Mel the same as Grandmaster Flash? Are they the same person? Yeah, it's a solid song. It is such a good song. Yeah, for sure. All right, so hold on. I got one idea. Here in dashboard, we got the TSC-B. Hold on, before we push that up, we go to settings, we edit. I don't think we need to globally install PNPM. All right, let's see if the build render command works, where we just don't do the TSC check. So what's interesting is that this thing totally builds locally. Oh. Damn, the Dasher already has the food. All right, we got to go raid someone ASAP. Who's even streaming? Shit. This is quicker than I expected. Sergeant Pepper, we go do it. Easy enough. Yeah, shit. Yeah, the food's coming quicker than I expected. So we're going to go say hi to Sergeant Pepper. I'm going to pause the music. Everyone on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good day. We still need to figure out what's going wrong with this. That's annoying. So yeah, render.com sucks when you're using PNPM in a monorepo with local packages that you're using as references, as dependencies. I forgot how much it sucked, but it sucks. There's something we can fix here, but I don't remember what it is. But we're going to have to go raid because I got to be ready to pick up this food, and I want to go play some games later, and yeah. So I'll see some of y'all on gaming. Thank y'all for hanging out. YouTube, have a great rest of your